Hello, friends. Welcome to 24 Hour Sprints, the most hectic thing that we do on this channel. I believe I have friends joining me later on, but for right now, it's just going to be me. So, I am going to be listening to, I have it, so I can actually hold it up. Hold on. Oh, okay, there we go. Oops. The Assassin's Blade by Sarah J. Maas. I'm going to be listening to that while working on my Grogu diamond painting, which I need to actually switch out. This is for Herkyed, and I'm reading The Assassin's Blade because I'm doing, for the mashup, I'm doing the 24-hour challenge. So this is what I'm going to be reading. I do have this on audiobook, so we're going to be seeing how far into this series I can get by the end of 24-hour sprints. And that's what we're going to be doing. So let me know what you're going to be doing, reading, crafting, whatever it is. Let me know. Hello, Kendra. Kendra is about to hop into the shower, but reading People Meet on Vacation. I hope you love it. Happy sprinting. Hello, Glenda. Hello, Sadia. Hello, Bree. My air conditioner will also kind of like turn on and off depending on how cold it gets in here. But if I leave it off, it gets hot. But I also don't want to freeze myself out. So that's kind of where we are with that. If it's really hard to hear me, let me know. And I have a mic that I could plug into the side of my computer if I need to. So, okay. So we are going to do hour-long sprints for the next 4 hours. I will be posting, actually I'm going to do it right now so I don't forget. I am posting the playlist for 24-hour sprints. It is, you can find it in my, okay, not just, you will be able to find it on my community tab. And yeah, here we go. Hello? Okay, you'll be able to find it on my community tab so that you can follow along. That will be the easiest way for you to follow along with sprints for the next 24 hours. It will just take you to the next one. And it will be live for the next 24 hours. I will also put it down in my description. Most other people also put, like everyone else that is part of 24 Hour usually puts it in their description as well. Hello, Hillary. Thank you. It is super cute, but the color palette is very boring. I hate to say. So I am really excited to get it done. I'm like not quite halfway done. I'm just like right in the middle of his like robe. But the color palette up close is really not cute. Like the color palette itself is very, it's just a lot more green. I thought there would be a little more blue in it than there is, but I can't wait to get it done. I think it's going to be so cute once it's done. 24-hour sprints. Okay, so for the next 24 hours, the playlist is posted to my community tab, so you can go refresh and follow that way. That will be the easiest way for you to follow along. Okay. Hello. Current read for Bree is Kingdom of Ash and about 30% in. I think I'm going to take my dog for a walk and listen to it on the first sprint. Wonderful. So awesome. We're both listening. I mean, you are way further than me, but listening to the same series. So for anyone who just popped in, I'm going to be listening to The Assassin's Blade and also working on Grogu. Also, my air conditioner is going to turn on and off depending on how hot it gets in here. It just turned off because it's cold in here again. So Yeah, but I have to keep it like this because once the kids come inside, it heats up in this room. So that's what we're going to be doing. I have not started this because my 24 hours for my 24-hour challenge for Herkyed started 6 minutes ago. I'm running it from 6 to 6. So as soon as we start, then, or as soon, yeah, when we end 24 hour sprints, my 24-hour challenge will be over. Hello, Jess. Hello, friend. Jess is one of our friends that will be doing 24-hour sprints tomorrow morning. So, or tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock, right? Yeah. So, all right. I'm going to put us into our first sprint because dinner should be here soon and I have to get the kids from outside. But, yeah, we're going to go for our first hour and I will see everybody in an hour. Hello, friends. We've been joined by friends. Hello. How are you? Let me turn this off so that we can see everyone's beautiful faces.
That is a thing you can do.
Sorry, people are coming in and out to say hello. We've been joined by Jess and Sarah, which we love to see. I did read 2 chapters, so this 24-hour reading challenge is going great.
Hey.
I will read more in this next sprint, but we ate dinner. Everybody came in here to talk to me, so it is what it is. But I will read in the next sprint. Jess, what are you reading, doing?
Well, I just finished eating dinner and cleaned up my dinner mess because I made steak fajitas. And as one does with fajitas, there's 87 moving parts and therefore giant mess. I will be reading The First Cut is the Deepest by Mindy McGinnis. This is an arc. It doesn't come out until January. It's her adult debut. And my friend who owns a local bookstore was very kind enough to lend this to me like 5 weeks ago. So I need to finish it this weekend so I can get it back to her by book club this week. That is what I'm doing.
We love that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Stay right there. Sarah, what are you reading or doing?
I am hopefully going to finish Tempting Venom by Rena Kent. I only have about 200 pages left, so hopefully I can finish that tonight. And I also need to do some editing.
I'm only on page 12, so I'm probably not going to finish tonight.
That's fair. That's fair. I guess I could have said what I was reading, even though it's on the screen. But I'm reading The Assassin's Blade, okay? Now, I'm sure someone is going to call me out and say that I'm cheating for her kid, but here's the thing. I have to read this series because it is the longest running series. Like, it's the biggest series on my shelf that's not been read, okay? And then bring me the 60 count bottles. They're on the second shelf of the gray thing. But anyway, if someone is going to be like, you've read the first couple books of this in the last 5 years. And like, yes, you're correct. But also, I was buddy reading this series with a couple of people, and we went so long in between the books that none of the books in my head are connected to each other. So I'm literally treating this series like I've never picked it up a day in my life.
Are you starting fresh from the beginning, or
Yes.
are you starting with Assassin's Blade?
Yes.
The choice.
Listen to me, okay?
How far have you made it into the series is the question.
How far? So
I mean, you've made it far enough that Assassin's Blade makes sense. As a reread, if you want to reread Assassin's Blade first, sure.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So when I first read this series, I didn't know that there was like I found this series originally in 2022. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know anything about Sarah J. Maas until 2022. Now, I think that this is just I don't know how this happened. Maybe it's because while she was like publishing books, like I think her first book was published in 2013 or something.
Yeah.
Which would have been like right after, it would have been only a few years after I was out of high school. I'm from a really small town. So I feel like there were some series that for some reason, even though like I see them pop up now, I somehow miss them. This also happened to me with like the Selection series. I should have read that around the time that it came out, and I don't even remember it being like a thing people were talking about. So I'm not sure if it's because of oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot that was only 75 minutes. I don't know if that's just because of like where I live or what exactly the disconnect there was, but I had not even heard of Sarah J. Maas until 2022. And that was when I found out about ACOTAR. Well, then people were saying that like the series were interconnected loosely. And so you should read Throne of Glass and then you should read ACOTAR. Well, I didn't know that. So the first book I ever read by Sarah J. Maas was A Court of Thorns and Roses. Then I read Crescent City because while I liked A Court of Thorns and Roses, I didn't know if I wanted to continue with the series. So then I read Crescent City, not realizing that all 3 series are kind of like interconnected to each other.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, well, then they were getting rid of the old covers, the covers like what I have on screen here.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't like the new covers. So if I'm going to read this series, I want the girl covers, right? So I grabbed the girl covers and then they just sat here. And the thing is when you get the box set, the Assassin's Blade is the first book.
It is.
So again, naive me, I didn't know. I just assumed that if it was in the order in the box set, that's the order you're supposed to read it in. So the friends that I was buddy reading with, we decided to start with the Assassin's Blade. But then after that was when I started getting all of these videos in my YouTube because your phone listens to you. And it was like, you should read Throne of Glass first and then read Assassin's Blade as like freaking book 3 or something. And I was like,
yeah, the third book. Yeah.
What? Because here's the thing. I'd already read the Assassin's Blade at this point, and I think maybe Throne of Glass too. And I was like, but how? But then in my brain, I was like, there's a character that we see in the Assassin's Blade. I don't know that I would have the same connection to that character if I had read Throne of Glass first.
I don't disagree,
because that's the argument that I've seen from like, I don't remember what her name is, Hannah, maybe I don't remember what her channel is, Hannah Reads, maybe, I don't remember, but Hannah was one of the first people that popped up into my YouTube talking about it. And she was doing like a reread recap thing where she was doing spoilers and spoiler free. So you could skip around. And she had, that seems to be the argument is like, can you connect to this one character? I'm not going to tell you who it is, to this one character if you don't read the Assassin's Blade first.
I actually cared more about them. So as somebody who read it for the first time in 2024, and to be fair, I read everything except I never finished Throne of Glass. I never went back and finished the last 3 books. So because I was buddy reading it with friends and I missed a few months where they were reading the last 3 books of Throne of Glass, and then I just joined them with the other 2 series and finished those and never went back.
That's true.
But I cared more about that character reading Throne of Glass first than I ever did after I read Assassin's Blade, because in my brain in Assassin's Blade, once you see like how the relationship was really formed, I was like, what? That's not even really a relationship. Why should I even care? Like, it was so bad. Like, it was so minimal and so small and like such a tiny little
blip.
Yeah. And so I'm like, I'm supposed to be dying in like heartbreak and wanting to curl up in a ball and cry. And I'm like, that's it?
Well,
that's all you got for me.
So should I switch them then?
I mean, you should do whatever you want. See, at this point, it's like you've already read both of them, so it doesn't matter.
Right. And like the only reason I'm even stretching this even a little, because here's the thing, when it comes to Herked, I try, this is probably why I failed both years that I've tried to do it. I try really hard to stick very much to the rules, right? Because that's the point. It's supposed to be the hardest reading challenge, whatever. Ari, just bring me. It is that one, I promise. They're on the top. They're on the top. I tried really hard to stick to the rules because that's the whole point. Is it's supposed to be the hardest reading challenge. And originally I was going to do the teen board, and then I started doing it, and I was like, this is too easy. Which like not too easy for like the general public, or like too easy for children and teenagers.
But too easy for Neva.
What it was made for. But when I was looking at it, I was like, this is too easy. Like you need to try to do real Herkiad. So I'm doing technically I'm doing the no one's got time for that version where it's one book per thing. Like you don't double up on books, that's what I'm doing. Okay. Will I read all 150 books? Your guess is as good as mine. But this was the only place where I made an exception. And it's because I need to I need to either read Throne of Glass and decide that I just love it so much that I'm going to keep it forever, or it needs to get off my shelf.
I hate to be that person, but I'm going to be the person. When someone says, just keep reading until you get to book XYZ and it gets so much better.
Yeah.
So when I agreed to read this series with the group of friends that I read it with, I was the only one who had never read the series to completion, or any of Sarah's books to completion. Okay. I had read Throne of Glass and Crown of Midnight. Is it the second one? Yeah, Crown of Midnight. I had read both of those like many years prior, and then was just like, I don't really care. Like that's a good stopping point. Like it has like a kind of like it has a stopping point. Like that was like the end of an arc of a story, and I was like, it's fine. Right. But they were like, we want somebody who hasn't read the series as like a first time reader to like have to bounce off of during live shows. And I was like, sure, bring me in, put me in, coach. I'll do it. Right. When I tell you that when you get to the third book, the entire tone of the series completely shifts. And it's like a completely different book series because you're in a different setting with different characters. There's different magics happening. Like it's a whole different thing. So if you read the first couple of books and you're like, it's okay, you should try the third book. If you read the first and second book and you absolutely hate it, you're probably not going to like the third book either. But
so here's what I did. Because Herkiad, there's the Herkiad mashup prompt this year, right? So you have to take a challenge from first year and a challenge from second year and mush them together. So here's what I did. I took the 24-hour challenge 24-hour readathon one, right, from year 1, and I mushed it with the series Staircase. Because then I was like, all right, I have 5 books in this series that I need to read. I have 8, but like you need 5, right? So I was like, so if I do this over 24-hour reading, what am I trying to say? 24-hour sprints, then that gives me like a good 24 hours. Like I know when, like I have a distinctive start and stop time. Like I don't fuck it up for myself because I'm destined to do that. And we will see how far into this I can get.
Okay. Well, when you get through those 5, that is exactly where I'm at in that series. So if you want to buddy read the last 3 books, okay, shout a girl out.
Okay, so because I'm going to try something that I don't usually do, which is to read a series as back to back as I can handle to do it. Mm-hmm. To try to just get this off my shelf, because I'm also trying to read Dungeon Crawler Carl, and I have the second one from the library, the physical book. I also have all the audiobooks, but I have the second physical book from the library, and then the third one is part of my one of my Herkiad challenges, but I know I need to read the second one first. But I read the first one in February, and I gave it 4.5 stars. Like I thought it was a fun time.
I can't read Carl back to back. I get annoyed by the like the game character the voice aspect. Yeah, where it's like you got this box and then this box and then because I listened to the audiobook. If I was reading it physically, I would just skip those parts. Right. And it would be fine, but when you're listening to it with your ears and you can't skip it, it annoys
I do agree with you on that, because that's why I didn't pick it up again. Like I'm just now like at a spot where I'm like, I could use some Dungeon Crawler Carl. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And like the first book was fun. Like, don't get me wrong, but I
Oh, yeah.
definitely was like, I need a break after this. So, hello, Christina. We'll read through some of these comments. This is the playlist if you're looking for it. It's also over on my community tab. Easiest way to follow along. All the reminders from Christina. That reminds me, I gotta go check the laundry and see if it's dry. Cami is reading The Summer I Turned Pretty. I hope you're loving it. Hello, friend. Going to read The Invisible Man by H.G. Wells. Wonderful. Christina's reading Booked for Murder by P.J. Nelson and working on a diamond painting, at least for a bit, hoping watch along of Merlin soon in memory of Damn Neil. Wonderful. Also sad, but like wonderful.
Merlin's right here. Well, she's right here.
Happy Friday to Lauren. Reading Have a Great Summer by Francesca Cochi.
Sure.
I hope. I will say that I spent like 6 hours planning out my Herkid. And it's going to be lots of fun content once a month. So it's been IFA approved. The content that I'm going to be doing, it's been IFA approved. Because IFA was the one person. There were a couple other people that voted for long form, but IFA was the one that was like, I would love to see some vlogs. So I was like, okay, how can I do vlogs of this? And then I came up with an idea and I sent it to IFA and she told me that it was great. So IFA approved.
IFA is the hype man of all hype men.
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, if I fall flat on my face with this, just know that IFA approved it and I didn't execute it correctly. Okay? Hillary made it to 34% in Calabasas. Wonderful. Calabasas is also on my kid. And I'm a little scared. Oh my gosh. I found the prettiest. I took the kids to the indie bookstore today because the oldest really wanted to go. And like our indie bookstore is really cool. So I'm not going to tell you on the internet what it is called because I'll dox myself. But it's really cool in there. But anyways, I took them there and I was looking upstairs in like the YA section and they had Babel, whatever. But they had, it's like $55. But I'm telling you what, I'm going back to get it because it was the coolest edition of that book that I've seen. And I loved that book when Brittany and I read it when it first came out. It was a 5-star book, 6-star book. But yeah, it's a really cool. It's like hardcover. And it was just like really cool. I think I just, where am I at? Okay, here we go. Hi to Neil. Aiming to finish Theft by Finding by David Sedaris tonight, but I might watch an episode of Murder, She Wrote first. Wonderful. Hello, Jean. Reading The Arc of the Shippers by Catherine Senner. I need to try Catherine Senner. I haven't tried any Catherine Senner books. I know she is like, I think she does like no spice romance.
I don't remember because I DNF fairly quickly.
The girl that, the girlies on YouTube that they call it clean romance, but we don't call it that here. There's no such thing as clean or dirty. Okay.
Closed door.
But yes, closed door or no spice. I will also say like no spice romance because like that's fine. You know? But yeah, I think I don't think of closed door in my head. I think because like I'm just saying, I assume that if we're having a spicy scene, you would probably close your door anyway.
My brain looks at it as they've closed me outside.
Closed you outside the door, right?
Yeah.
But I think in my head, I'm like, well, if we're doing adult things, like the door is closed.
Because sometimes they have you on the inside, sitting in the chair, staring at the bed.
Sometimes they have you,
and other times
on the other
you're
side
on the outside of the door.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's why my brain goes to closed door.
But I haven't tried any of her stuff yet. I would
Listen, some of these people don't have children and roommates. Maybe they don't close the door, Neva.
That's true. I read enough dark romance that no children are ever mentioned. That it's very possible they're doing weird stuff.
They may not even have doors. They might not. Hinges are free.
It is Jess and Sarah. Say hello.
Which one's Sarah?
Right there.
Oh.
We're
Say
right
hello.
here.
She wasn't
Hi.
speaking.
Hi.
Hi.
Sure, come say hi. Hurry up.
Here, boy.
Come on. I ain't got all day. What do
Sure
you
you
want? What do you want to ask?
Can you ask him?
What? Girl, I'm not just gonna ship you off to my friends. It's weird.
Please, I'm gonna
Hi.
die.
I'm sure one day when I have the money to go travel around and see all of our bookish friends, Sarah will be on that list. I can almost guarantee it, in fact. Now go sit down. Plus, if we go visit
Does Papa
Sarah.
have animals, Papa?
Yeah. Plus, if
What
we
animals?
plus if we went to go visit Sarah, we could also go visit Brittany. They don't really live that close to each other, I don't think, but they live in the same country at least. Okay, go sit down. Relax. Go sit down. All right, everybody. No, yes, go. Get off my dinner. You had your dinner. Bree walked their dog for a mile and got to chapter 37 in Kingdom of Ash and making chicken tenders for dinner. Wonderful. Tried Assassin's Blade but couldn't get into it. Simply didn't care about the characters. That's fair. That's fair. Here's the thing. I do understand the argument for reading it either way. So I'm not going to tell you that I think what like a milk carton. I'm not going to tell you that I think one way or the other way is better. I'm not that much of like a person who's like, you must do it this way. You know what I'm saying?
There are series where I will tell you that you are wrong.
There are series, yes.
This is
I
not one
just
of them.
don't know if I just don't know if Throne of Glass is one of them. For me.
I mean, I can fight for it and say you probably will like the characters better if you don't read it first, but I don't know that because I didn't. That's not the way I read it. So
that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Hello, Cherie. How are you? Hello, Molly. All the Catherine Center I have read. I never.
maybe she never
all the
gets to
Catherine
the
Center
point.
I've read. I'm never to the point they have sexy times. That's fair. I have heard that Catherine Center is pretty like you like them or you don't.
I think the one I tried to read was The Bodyguard, and I had an arc of it. And for some reason, I thought it was historical fiction just based off of the cover, which I also don't like historical fiction, so I don't know why I would have requested it. But I was expecting historical fiction, and it was definitely not. And so it threw me off, and I was just like, I can't do it. And so, like, every time I was like in the book, like tried to read the book, I was picturing them in like 1854, and it just was not working for me. But again,
you know what, Hillary, you're right.
that's exactly what I was saying, Hillary. Like,
You're right.
we're here for 24 hours. You have the whole day.
Well, she left the room, Jean, but I'll let her know that you said hello. Yeah, I was pretty sure they were like opposite sides.
I'm pretty sure I'm closer to Brittany than Sarah is. So.
Yeah. Yeah. So from New York to LA. It's fine.
Yeah.
We'll just make it like a month-long Canadian.
But you only have to go across the border once. So
right. That's what I'm
just
saying.
go across the border, visit all the Canadian friends, and then come
One
back.
day I will be rich enough that I can just go around both the United States and Canada and just see all of the bookish friends, you know?
Yes, and when you're that rich, I better be on the list.
Yeah, like it's my dream. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna show up and be like, hi, I'm in Canada. So tell me where. And then Kelsey in the middle. See? So I can just go visit one, see Kelsey, and then visit the other. See? Like that. See? It all works out. Okay. Oh, Ari, Jean says hello to you.
I need you to take my page.
And Jean in the middle as well. So one day, Ari, when I'm rich, we'll go. Are you listening?
Hello.
I'll buy you.
And hello, who the flip that is?
That's Jean.
Oh, hi, Jean.
So here's what we're gonna. So here's the plan. Okay. One day when I have, not tonight. One day when we have some money, we'll go to Canada. Okay, we'll go visit Sarah. And then
Canada.
Yeah, that's where Sarah and Brittany and Kelsey and Jean live. So we'll go see Sarah. Then we can go visit Jean and Kelsey,
Can we?
and then we can go visit Auntie Brittany.
Can we? Oh yeah,
yeah.
the best for last.
Sure.
Best for last. Just so you know, Sarah, you're chopped liver.
Yep.
No, you aren't. No, she isn't. No,
No,
not how it works.
that's not how it works.
Not how it works with my aunts. Nope.
They're all the best. Oh, okay.
Mom, can you take me up?
We'll see.
Come on.
What do you want?
When we go visit Paco in California, can I also stay with Grandma and Grandpa?
Probably. Because why would we go to California if not to see your grandparents?
My grandparents.
Wow. Go sit down.
Girl, it's something else.
Who's
Did you
old?
call him? Did you try it?
I haven't tried to call him today, no.
Can we call my phone?
Nope, we're gonna go all the way to California, and you're not gonna see your grandparents.
That's what I'm saying. Like, could you imagine if because she would tell them too. She'd be like, we went and visited our friend Paco. And my dad would be like, where does your friend Paco live? And then she'd be like, in California. And he'd be like, you guys didn't stop. Like, absolutely not. I don't need that drama in my life. Okay. Are we ready to do another sprint?
I live to do another sprint.
All right. See, now I'm out here second guessing myself. Should I read Throne of Glass first?
Yes, mother.
Should I try it the other way?
Mom, are you finished?
Just do whatever way makes you happy.
You're not on the script yet. Oh, you're on the script.
I think I might switch it. I think I might try it with
No.
Throne of Glass first.
Mommy,
No.
Did I ask your opinion?
Yeah.
I surely did not. What?
you have to promise me something.
What?
That you have to stay up all night on sprints.
Girl,
Just so
I'm
no,
not
I
staying
need
up
you
all
to reset your sleep schedule, Mom.
I'm not staying up all night, girl. You forget that I have Aoife on here at some point, and if Aoife thinks that I stayed up all night, she'll send me to bed.
Who else?
Did
Have you met
anybody
Aoife?
care?
I
No,
can't.
he hasn't.
Aoife's a little bit scary.
Mommy, please. I need you to reset your sleep schedule, please.
She's my friend. No.
She's
You
scared
can
of me.
lie down as long as you're awake. Please. I need you to stay up to reset your sleep schedule.
My sleep schedule is fine. Relax.
No, it's not.
Relax.
It's not.
I feel like I'm being yelled at.
And then you're asleep
It's okay.
until 2 in the morning. Then you wake up again, and then come over here to bed because you can't get back to sleep, and then you go back to bed because your back starts hurting.
It's
and then
okay.
you don't fall asleep until
Oh,
like
she's
8 in the
old. I
morning.
know.
It's because I'm old. It's
Yeah,
fine.
she's old.
Tell her to take a breath.
And have you being like this every day?
Like,
Please,
what?
Mommy.
Relax. Relax. So much drama,
Please, Mommy.
girl. The drama. Listen, it's real and it's alive. It lives here every day. I promise.
Please,
It does.
please,
I'll
please,
think about it. Relax. I'll think about it.
please, I need it.
You said she's scared.
I need you.
You're not gonna make it.
Don't fall asleep for like 3 hours and then fall asleep
Okay.
for 2 hours.
All right. Relax.
And then sleep for 2
Relax.
hours and then wake up at
Okay.
2 in the morning
Listen to your mom.
and then
You're-
go back
Okay.
and then wake up and then don't
Stop.
asleep until 8.
You're riling yourself up for no reason. It's not that serious. It's okay.
Do you have
Relax.
Has anybody got any Benadryl? Knock her out.
Ariana,
You're silly.
relax. French fries. That's what Ari used to say was not made from potatoes.
Oh.
Jean asked what you said it wasn't made from potatoes. Remember when you used to say French fries weren't made from potatoes? Yeah. French fries are made from potatoes.
even those potatoes up there? Those are made from potatoes.
Well, those are.
Yeah, so are your French fries.
That's the
This
fact.
is the same thing as a French fry. It's just in a circle.
Different shape.
I promise you. Yes, potatoes. She believes that French fries are not made from potatoes. I don't know what she thinks they're made of. French people, I guess. I'm not really sure.
What I think they're made out of.
What are they made of?
French children.
I hate
She's
to
not
inform
lying,
you
but
that
they
you
would
are
actually do that.
incorrect.
Like that.
Watch your language. And anyways, so are we ready? We're gonna do a sprint, I think, now that the drama of it all has left the building. Is everybody good for an hour? 59 minutes and 53 seconds, rather?
Yes.
Okay, so we will see everybody in an hour. Happy reading.
Yeah.
Hello, friends. We were joined by more friends, Paco and Margaret, which I don't know where Margaret went, but she'll be back eventually, probably. How did we do, friends?
I am now on page 26 of The First Cut is the Deepest, and I am live, laugh, cackling, having a good time. I don't know.
We love being, live life, yeah.
You know, I've met Mindy 3 times. It's been a few times. And our bookstore is really small, so usually me, her, and the bookseller, who is my friend Chelsea, usually end up staying and talking for like an hour after the book signing because we're book nerds. And this book is so her humor, and I'm just cackling the whole time. So, loving that for me.
We love that for you. How did you do, Sarah?
I finished Tempting Venom. I gave it 5 stars. I loved it. And that was really my entire sprint. I just read the whole time.
We love
You
that.
had like 200 pages left, didn't you?
Yeah.
Listen,
crushed it.
Sarah reads like a speed demon. Okay, we don't question.
No, I'm not questioning. You crushed it.
She
Great
does.
job.
She sometimes she comes back and she's like, I read half a book, and I was like, you know what? My slow reader ass could never, but I love that for you. Margaret, how are you?
Hello. I'm good. I have food now. Everything's great.
Food is good. Are you reading anything?
I don't know. I might. Don't hold me to this because I've said this like a gajillion times this year and then it hasn't happened. I might be writing tonight. Like I feel Jess is giving me the look. She's like, really? I haven't actually sat down to like work on an actual story and do like actual writing in 6 years at this point almost. But I'm like, I think I'm ready to actually seriously work on some of the ideas that have started coming back. And so I might do that. And if I do that, then I will not be reading. And if I do read, I'm not sure what I want to read right now because we got a couple things. Like I do need to finish Yesteryear, and I did just get it in at the library so that it can be on my phone. But also, I kind of want to read some Regency romance, and I have one that it's been sitting on my shelf for like 6 months. And then there's also sophomore year that I need to finish because I believe I need to finish junior year soon. I have tingling. I have a feeling that I might need to finish junior year soon. Anyways. Yeah, that's me. Who knows what I'm doing?
You know what? That's fine. We don't need to know what we're doing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Friday evening. Paco? I can figure out what I'm doing on Monday.
Exactly. What about you, Paco? Are you reading?
I might read. If I do read, I'm currently listening to Terror at the Gates. I'm like 40% in. I have to be done with that by Sunday. But I've been catching up on Drag Race. I'm like a couple seasons behind, and I've just been binging it the last couple days. So that's just been what I've been doing.
Well, we love that for you. Honestly, productivity is productivity. You know what I'm saying? Productivity is really whatever it is that you need to get done.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I made it to page 72 of my book. Almost done with the first story. Do I remember anything from my first read through of this like 4 years ago? Not really. So there's that. But that's fine. Here, we're just going to skip the break because otherwise it's going to chime and that's going to annoy me. Okay. Let us read some comments. Oh, I did work a little bit on my diamond painting as well. Here's the thing. This diamond painting is going to be so cute when it's done, but the color palette is so boring Like, here's the thing. I bought this diamond painting and I was like, this is going to be so fun to work on. And here's the thing. Even the special drills that are in this diamond painting are like white and green. And I just thought that there was going to be a bit more variation, like in the green, and like maybe as I get higher up into like where the blue is, there will be a bit more variation. But like, there's very little variation in the greens, and so I'm a little bored, but I'm gonna get it done. Luckily, it's rounds, so it works up pretty fast. But yeah. Hello, Nina. Hello, friend. Hello, Angie. Welcome. Getting ready to pull an all-night binge read. I think I'll be starting with Dragonflight by Anne McCaffrey. But first, a workout.
That's a good one. That's an old one, but a good one.
Also, this is the perfect time to pull an all-night binge read. You know, just follow that playlist that's up above in the comments somewhere, but also over on my community tab. And someone will be here to read with you all night long.
Mhm.
Tennille finished Theft by Finding and started The Faraway Inn and Think It's Not For Me, too cozy and contemporary.
I thought it was a fun read, but I do, yeah. If you're not a cozy person, it is not for you.
Yeah, I don't think Tennille is really a cozy reader.
It takes a lot for like the magic element. I think like the magic element didn't really like. There's stuff going on, but like we don't get there's magic until like 40, near 50%.
Fair.
So,
well, as I like to say, DNFing is self-care. Okay, I just DNF'd a book like was it last week? I think. Like actually on Sprint, I think I DNF'd just because. Listen, sometimes the authors be making things colors that they shouldn't be, and I just couldn't do it.
now I'm curious.
Paco, I'll put it in the private chat, but I have kids in here, so I can't say it out loud. Sarah knows because she was on Sprints with me when I got to that part. Jess and Margaret know because group chat shenanigans. And here's the thing, I read it so everyone else needed to know. You know what I'm saying? That was what it was.
What book is it at least?
The book is called Tangling with Trolls.
Okay.
And I give a lot of grace for some cutesy contemporary like monster romance. It's definitely like one of those ones that you get off like Kindle Unlimited. It's like a cozy, like a cutie contemporary, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm putting it in.
There are just some things that if you are any sort of mammalian creature, they are going to be a specific range of colors.
But and here's the thing, I was okay up until, and I actually even went back because I was listening to the audio. Oh yeah, I was listening to the audio and they said it so casually that I went back because I was like, I don't think I heard that correctly. And then I heard it again and was like, you know what?
You had, in fact, heard that correctly.
I'm good. I'm so good. And here's the thing is I've been thinking about this ever since. Like, I've been thinking about this for like a week.
No, this is cursed.
Because
like knowledge.
It is.
I'm trying to figure. Please stop, Hunter. I'm trying to figure out what would behoove the author to put that in there.
Yeah, because I'm like, in my world, in world building, where does that rank in importance?
The fact that it doesn't, and it also makes, and I know this is stupid for a fantasy series, zero biological sense.
It literally does not make any sense at all. It does not make any sense at all. And like I said, I give a lot of grace for monster romance because I understand that there are going to be things like, for instance, like obviously a troll's skin is going to be some shade of green, right? Or if you have like a gargoyle, they're going to be like some shade of gray or grayish blue. Like I give a lot of like grace with the things that monster half of the romantic couple is going to have going on. That was just one that I could not give grace to. I was just
There's
no.
things that are like I want to be a fly on the wall when
So
the author
unnecessary.
like woke up in the middle of the night and was like, I got it. This is what we're gonna do.
Do you have earbuds in? Do you want me to say it so that the people in the chat know what we're talking about? Or would that
Here, I will say it. You, sir, do not repeat what I'm about to say. The youngest child has headphones in, the middle child is not in the room, and the 17-year-old already knows because I told him.
the 17-year-old can
I just have the 14-year-old in here, but he won't repeat it. Okay, so there is the first like real spicy scene where they're like really gonna do the thing. It is said that this troll's pre-ejaculate is green.
That was a much more technical term than I was going to use.
Yeah.
Now they do not say pre-ejaculate, okay, in the book.
I just want to be there when the author comes up with that idea to be like, no.
I just don't understand. And here's the thing: is like I've thought about this, and I was like, okay, it could be like a mint color, which would not imply infection. But
no, that still would imply infection because.
But I'm saying in a troll, but also like it still doesn't make sense, even in the context of it being a troll. It doesn't make sense.
Listen, if that is green, then that means that every single one, like every single type of mucus or bodily fluid that this creature produces
would need to be green. And here's the other thing is I've read a lot of weird. I've read
would make sense. Plant Man would make sense.
Yeah. I've read a lot of weird stuff, okay? A lot.
Now, I don't know what is more demented, is the author writing that or the fact that you guys are over here analyzing it.
Because here's the thing is like I couldn't I was hoping I actually listened for like another 45 seconds to see if maybe I got some sort of an explanation for it.
I need you to understand that Neva sent this, and my first thought, though I did not put this in the group chat, was hospital. Because if that's what's happening, you need to go. You need to get something checked out.
I mean, here's the thing. I put it in the group chat because I was like, I can't just like keep this to myself. Like I need to share this with someone because I was like, maybe this is me. Because at first, here's the thing. I tend, when it comes to weird things in books, I read such weird, obscure shit sometimes that I tend to gaslight myself into believing that what I'm reading is normal to other people and it's just weird to me because I read weird shit. So really, I put this in the group chat because I needed someone else to verify to me that this was in fact not normal, even in the context of a monster romance. And then I got that validation and was like, okay, great, we can move on. But then my ADHD brain starts to overanalyze things because I'm like, but why would you put this in there?
My thing is
that's where my brain went. Was like, why?
Finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like what reason? Because you don't get an explanation. I listened for a good like 45 seconds to another minute to see if maybe we got some kind of explanation, and you don't.
No, that's a sign of a venereal disease.
It is that, and then she just, how can I say this not nasty? And then she just cleans it up, if you understand. And there's nothing else. We just move on. And I'm so sorry, but if that's what you're telling me it looks like, I'm running out the door.
Exactly.
I'm not cleaning it up.
No.
You feel me? Like, no, sir. No, absolutely not.
It was just my thing is you've cleared, like, it's one of those things where it's like you've both somehow the author managed to think way too much about something that they did not need to think about while also not thinking about it at all. And I'm saying that as someone who, one of my favorite podcasts, like for the first year and a half of podcasts, they have just anytime they have a regular joke where they talk about what the ejaculate of different Republican senators looks like, right? Like they will joke about it being spiders or dust or sand.
Whatever.
Like
Yeah.
that's but when you're writing a book and it's like, okay, so why is this the why is this not? Because like if I saw that, I'd be like, hey, so I think you need to get checked out and see a doctor before we do anything else, man. I'm sorry. Like
It's
that
'cause,
doesn't
like-
look.
Tennille says, does the troll's body produce chlorophyll?
Again, Plant Man would make
There's no explanation for that being a thing. Because here's the thing, I'm not going to move on with this series. There were 3 books in this series, and I DNF'd the first book because I didn't like the way that the spice was written in the first book. There were some pet names and some discussion of body parts that I didn't love the language in which was used. That's a personal preference. Really, the book wasn't bad, but I wasn't able to like actually. These books were written in such a way that like skipping the spice, it leaves things out, because these are also, for some reason in these books, they want to have full conversations while they're in the middle of a spice scene. So you like miss context of things if you're not reading it all. Who's doing that in life? I don't know. Not me, but that's what happens. So that first book, I was like, okay, fine. So I moved on to the second book, and I don't think I'm going to continue because I'm afraid that there's going to be something else in the third book that I'm not going to like. And so I'm just
only going to get worse because it can only go like.
I feel like we were already. I had said to myself, like, okay, if I like the second book, maybe I'll go back to the first book and I will just try to ignore the pet name part, because the first book I was reading with my eyes. And sometimes if I'm listening to a book, even if I don't like the pet name being used, Cash is actually a great example of this. I didn't like the overusage of the pet name of Honey in Cash. I don't know if it was just how much he used it, plus it found its way into spicy scenes. I'm not sure, but I didn't like it. But I listened to it, and I was kind of able to ignore it after a while.
That's weird. For me, it would be the opposite.
But when I'm reading it with my eyes, it's almost like my eyes hyper focus on that thing, and I can't. I don't know why that is. I get like for most people, I feel like it's the opposite way. Like if you hear it, you hyper focus. And like, I don't know, but I'm not sure why this was a choice. And then we didn't get an explanation of it.
Or even just a moment to recognize that this is not normal for the heroine.
The human. Right. And I think my thing was I was hoping that we would get some kind of a discussion of like, hey, why is it this way for trolls and not for humans? Like, because it's not this way for humans. Because there are other discussions in this book about like dating rituals and how fast or slow relationships go, trolls versus human beings, things like that. There is discussion around that in this book. And actually pretty good discussions, in my opinion, in this book around what the difference is between like the troll mating ritual and like human dating looks like. So I'm a little confused as to why I didn't get an explanation of this, because I feel like even in weird books that I've read, like when I read the Easter Bunny smut, there was at least like an explanation as to why there was certain things that were the way that they were. Margaret, did you just make a face at me when I said Easter Bunny smut? Listen, I've read weird shit.
I did.
I did too.
Weird things. I've read weird things. And that's what I'm saying. I put these things into the context of the weirdest stuff I've read.
Did you think you put it on yourself then? Like
maybe. But that's where I get but then I'm like, okay, in this weird smut that I read, it wouldn't have been normal in like a regular book, right? But because I went into it knowing that it was Easter Bunny smut, the thing that was in it that was weird wasn't as weird. I mean, it was still weird, but like it wasn't as weird.
There are certain things.
Listen, this was one that went around. I think it was like 2023.
we all.
It was making the rounds on Instagram, and then I got curious, so I read it, and I don't regret reading it.
You know what they say about curiosity.
I wouldn't. It kills the cat. I know. I wouldn't reread it, but it was like, I think I gave it like 3 stars. Like, I mean,
That's crazy.
it was fine.
I wouldn't reread it, she says.
I wouldn't reread it, but I'm not mad that I read it.
3 stars is crazy.
I get why this is a thing that was written. And then there are certain things where I'm like, okay, but why are we wanting a romance with a dude who has a turkey head?
Listen,
there's a girl who this is that plane book where she's attracted to the planes. Like,
here's the thing. I read that book too because Aoife gave it to me for 12 Rex by 12 Friends. I still think about this book every single day. Like, I feel like I should give it 5 stars.
I think it's satire, to be honest.
I think it's supposed to be because I gave it 4 stars because I thought that the story was good. I was just really confused as to what we were trying to learn here. Like, I was confused, like what was really going on with this woman in the planes.
The planes I haven't read. I have not read.
It's satire,
absurdity, right? The absurdity of it.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of. I think that the author was trying to just show, like, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be satirical, but I sit on this book sometimes and I think about it because I gave it 4 stars and I had told Aoife as I was reading it, like, I don't understand what you have me reading.
I remember those texts.
And she was like, you can DNF, it's okay. And literally for the whole time I read this book, it took me like 3 weeks to read because I was waiting for I started reading the ebook and then I was like, I'm just going to wait for the audio. And then it took a while for the library to give me the audiobook. And the whole time I was reading it, I had DNF'd other books. And Aoife's like, if this is Sky Daddy, I understand if you DNF'd it. And I was like, it's not that book. Like, I didn't DNF that book. I gave it 4 stars. But I feel like I think about this book so much and try to analyze what we were supposed to be getting from it. But I think it's supposed to be satirical because she does date like actual human beings throughout the book and talks to them about how she goes on a dating website that is supposed to be like pilots. Like, the men on it are supposed to all be like pilots or some form of aviation worker. Because that's what she wants. And she's like, if I have to marry a man to be near a plane, then I want to marry someone who is like a pilot or something in order to be close to the planes. But she also believes that, like, the only way for her to truly be with a plane is to be in a plane crash. Yeah, she talks about it because she says that calling it a plane wreck or a plane crash is like really rude and like she doesn't like it. She thinks that it's cruel to call it that, but ultimately for her and the plane's souls to be together, she would have to go down with the plane.
I need you to understand, I'm not judging people who like this book in this moment. I am judging the character specifically.
Oh, I judge the characters. There's a lot of weird shit that happens in this book. Like, and I think it's supposed to be satirical. Paco left the building. Paco was like, yo.
Paco's like, I gotta go. Bye.
But like, there's a lot of weird things that happen around her in the planes, but I do think it's supposed to be satirical. I don't think you're supposed to go into it and take it like as a serious love story. Will you stop nodding your head at me? It's freaking me out. My 14-year-old is sitting like this.
Yeah, I feel like there are certain books that, like, a lot of the sentient object romances and a lot like the Chuck Tingle, it is very much like the absurdity is part of the fun of this. Right. It's the most it's part of the fun of this book, right? Like, right. It's not necessarily that you're like those I kind of actually understand, because it's not necessarily reading them because you personally are turned on by planes, or you just like the absurdity of this romance between, and I suppose that makes sense for everything else. There just are some that I'm like,
well, and I think that's also like what it is, like with the weird smut books, or even like this one that I was just talking about, the Tangling with Trolls, right? when it comes to stuff like monster romance or weird smut, I think that we read it for the absurdity of it, but it's also about if the absurdity could make sense, because you still need it. You still need like the story of it, even if it is like all smut no plot type story. You still need whatever's happening to make some kind of sense in your brain.
Yeah.
Which I think is where my issue with Tingling with Trolls came in, was that the absurdity part, like it got to a point of absurdity that no longer made any sense, and you didn't give me an explanation. Because I think maybe if she gave some kind of explanation, like what Tennille said about like the chlorophyll or something, if there had been some kind of overarching discussion, and maybe there is and I didn't wait long enough, but if there's no discussion until like the next time that they hook up, I'm not waiting that long for a discussion, because that doesn't make sense in my brain for the discussion to take that long. Because if there's going to be a discussion about it, I feel like we see the weird thing and then we say, hey, bro, what is this? You know?
I think that in fiction, there is a level of suspension of disbelief that everyone kind of has a cap on. Does that make sense? Like when you agree to read fiction, you do agree to some level of suspension of disbelief, but also like there is a point where you're just like, okay, but I cannot suspend my disbelief.
Right. I can no longer suspend my disbelief as far as you're asking me to. And that's where it was with this, because obviously I have to suspend disbelief if I'm going to read about trolls mating with human beings. Okay. Or even like vampires and humans or whatever it is. If it's not, even a lot of times with fiction, even when it's two humans, we have to suspend our disbelief, right? At least to some, especially in romance, like to some degree.
Yeah, you are agreeing when you are reading fiction, you're agreeing to a certain level of suspension of disbelief, and it's dependent on the genre and what you're reading. Like I would expect a contemporary romance to have to suspend a little bit less disbelief than, for example, if I'm going to watch the new Superman movie.
Right. But eventually I can't suspend my disbelief any further. So
Listen,
if you're telling me that certain bodily fluids are green that should not be green, that's where I've got to stop, because now I either I can't read this book anymore because that grosses me out, or you need to explain to me why it is this way.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or say that the man went to the hospital. I don't care which one, but something. Not just like, oh, it's green, and then she cleaned it up, and then we moved on. No, I can't with that. It's weird, and I don't like it. So, yeah.
I don't like it either. I think I draw the line there too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, ugh. Okay,
unless we're talking like some alien shit. Like aliens, okay, fine.
Aliens?
Maybe you have a different biology. Which is silly to say, but
you don't think a troll has a different biology than humans?
I mean, yes, but trolls are still like rooted in the mythology of Earth. All of our fantasy, like most fantasy tropes, are rooted in the mythology of a specific region, and so they need to make like it's one of those things. Like there are certain things that just need to make sense if you're pushing the envelope in other places.
It's one of those things where it's like when Neva first put that in the chat, my brain went, I wonder if this person has ever been with anybody other than a white person, and do they wonder if they're different colors?
They're not, for the
I actually thought about this too as I was reading this book, because like there are people in actual life, like real living people, that think that.
Well, because some people, I mean, it's not. Listen, we live in a society in the United States, specifically where Neva and I live in the Midwest, that like they don't teach that kind of stuff in schools, and a lot of parents don't talk to their kids about stuff. So there's a lot of like misconceptions floating around in the world.
Right.
So my brain immediately went to like, have they only ever been with white people and it's been white? And so they think that like if they're with a different person, it's a different color. And so the troll is green, so it's green. I have a lot of questions for that author, but also I don't want to know I have a lot of questions I don't want to know the answers to.
I need you to understand my sex ed was ass. Complete ass. And yet I still knew the answer to that question, Jess.
I mean, me too, but
yeah,
I took biology.
Right. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what made the author choose to do that.
Choose violence because that's
I just
what it
feel like it was a very unnecessary thing to do.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, it was weird. It was it's a level of like it's not the good weird. It's bad weird.
Yeah, bad weird. Yeah. So we could do a 30-minute sprint, or we could do a 45-minute sprint before we go to Paco.
Either one works for me.
That was so helpful. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to make a decision for you? I can be the decider. I can make the decision.
Do we want to do 45 minutes or 30 minutes?
I think we should do 45 minutes so that we have a specific, like we have longer to work/read potentially, because we can always talk when we get to Paco's channel. But we can't get one more sprint on your channel. Right.
So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do 45 minutes.
In my brain, just yelling is Schmidt talking about how he is the decider. No, I'm sorry, Nick talking about how he is the decider. He decides.
Margaret's the decider on this channel. So
apparently I'm the decider in this moment.
We'll do 45 minutes and then we'll have about 5 minutes ish to talk, and then we'll go to Paco's channel. So we can talk more on Paco's channel too. Sound good?
We assume. Yeah.
All right. So we will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Fun, Mom.
Hello,
I'm
friends. Okay. How did everyone do?
I looked at my phone for the entire sprint, and it went by very fast. It was a shorter sprint, but it felt like it was 5 minutes, not 45.
Fair. Jess left us because she was falling asleep, but we'll see her in the morning. So.
Yeah, we'll see her in the morning. I put away dinner, the rest of dinner, the leftovers, and I was going to sit down and do some writing, and then I opened TikTok. Don't nod at me like that, Paco. Don't make it sound like I'm reasonable.
How did you do, Paco?
I dealt with shit and then ate dinner. I'm eating dinner now, but was dealing with stupid stuff. But yeah.
I made it to chapter 5 of part 2, so I'm around page 109. I'm not exactly sure exactly which page I'm on because I haven't been immersive reading, you know what I'm saying? But I know that I'm in part 2 and I'm on chapter 5. I know that. I just am not sure where exactly in chapter 5. So yay.
Nice.
Yeah. So let's run through these comments, if there are any, really quick. And then we will go to Paco's channel, which
I should get timers ready right now.
Ones at the moment. But we are going to go to Paco's channel next, because he's next on the rotation. Then we will go to, let me make sure I have this right. They're going to go to Daniela's channel. Then we're going to go to Aoife's channel. Then Jess's channel. And then our honorable closer, who closes every time unless she gives me 90 days notice, is Margaret.
The way it works is Margaret just makes sure that there's somebody there at the end, and if anyone else wants that spot, they can say something.
Exactly. It's just a running joke that I need 90 days notice.
Yeah, I have to give 90 days. I think I will say, guys, I have been able to get away with 30 days notice before.
That's true. It's just that, see, Margaret put herself in this position last year because she always took the last spot. So I was like, Margaret, you always have to be the closer now.
Yeah, well, it's my regular sprinting spot anyway. So it's one of those things that it works real well for the algorithm if I'm still doing it at the same time.
Exactly.
And then you were like, so you're closing all the time now. And I was like, yeah, yes.
Yeah. And I was like, great. So I need 90 days notice if you're not going to be closing. But I have let her get away with 30 days.
90 days notice and 2 doctor's notes.
So I'm saying it's like a job.
Well, the good news is my brother is a doctor. Not that kind of doctor, but I can't get a doctor's note from him.
Listen, I would take a doctor's note from your brother.
Yeah. Because 90% of the time, if I am skipping sprints, it's because I am going to go see him, which somehow always ends up lining up with the last weekend of the month, and I don't know why that is.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
it's not intentional.
It happens.
Life be lifing.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Life do be life and
Okay.
life do be life and okay. So I was looking in the thing because I needed to grab the StreamYard link. Otherwise I'll forget and then I'll just be sitting here staring at my computer. That's happened to me before on 24 hours. Why are we not going to the next one? Okay. Is there anything anybody wants to shout out for their channel before we leave to go to Paco?
No, I don't got nothing.
Unfortunately, nah.
Nothing. Sarah, you got anything?
I always have videos coming out. I think I have one tomorrow. my August TBR.
Wonderful.
Nice.
We love a TBR video. I had my whip and chat on Wednesday, and then nothing else that came out this week. So next week I have another whip and chat, and then my first Herkyed video will be out sometime next week. When will that be? I don't know. I mean, the whip and chat will be out on Wednesday because it's always out on Wednesday. But the Herkyed vlog, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. I hope before the last day of the month. That's what I'm hoping for. So that's all I can give you. You know.
Mhm.
So we're all going to go to Paco's channel. So
I should leave now.
everyone say goodbye.
Bye.